And there I am. Oh dear. So, Fan and that stuff. Confirmation before I even start. Fan and that stuff when it hits. So I haven't told people the answers that I already know. But now somebody else knows. And so Pandora's box is open. The fact that somebody else knows is divine timing. Has to be done now. The truth has to be told now. And the screenshots, not screenshots, the title page tell you that I know the answers. And not just me, somebody else knows. All of it, everything. What was done, how it was done, how it is being done. And I said a while ago, my phone's just come up with a message, but not. I know the answers. And I said, not even that long ago, to be fair, if you don't believe, hi NFJ, if you don't believe that I have the answers, tell them to get in contact with me and I will give them the answers. And the title page, the writing on the title page, tells them that I know the answers, tells them that I know how it was done. And that is two ways, tells them, because there are some people that don't know the truth. But are heavily, heavily involved in the end of the thrill of the chase. So, I use the words in the poem. Listen carefully. I use the words in the poem to get the legacy. Hear what I've just said. Now, if you know, I know. I sent Forrest a message about the big W. You know those big W's you get at those colleges and that? Or just a big letter, initial in white. How many points on that W? Not the mysterious writings W. Those that get marks. Listen to what I'm fucking saying. Especially if they're Leo. That W. How many points on there? From east to west or west to east. How many points on there? Remember, there is the location. How many points on there? Now, I said you need to speak the truth in this now moment in order to pass the test, and the truth never came. No one offered up the truth. John Collins Black, Justin POSEY, no one offered up the truth. Jack, no one. So when I started these videos, when I started these new videos that I was doing, the I'm Mario and me in the middle, you were given a chance to tell the truth. And I said to you that there was a chest at Old Faithful. And I said to you that doesn't mean the treasure was there. It means that Forrest said, I hid a chest in the Rocky Mountains. And if you find it, you can have it. And then I said he made 2 trips. Hid the chest, and then he hid the treasure. But where is the other chest? So maybe he took a vector from Old Faithful. Now, because somebody else knows, it's all going to go to seed. You should all know. Peace today. Wow, hello. Thanks for popping in. Not 100% sure who you are, to be fair, but nobody comes here in the white. Did you hear that word? White. No one comes here in the white. We are all blue. Or is blue black? Not John Collins black. Another kind of black. Out of the blue, my father said, what did he say? Now, if Jack, John Collins Black, Justin POSEY see this video, be fully aware, there is a way to know. Forrest rescued a stump and planted some seeds. Do you know, I have about 60 seeds. Oh yeah. Bip helped. Remember Bip, little sausage dog? He helped. If you're spiritual, you have to align. And there's treasure inside, you also have to align. Magnetically, that is. and you have to press at some point out of the 7 and turn and lift. Confirmation. Truth is truth, and all I have told you is the truth, even with the silence. I have to tell you that I know, because somebody knows all of it, everything. Well, not everything, but everything they need to know, everything they need to know about what was done, how it was done, how it is being done as we speak. Along with the legacy, you must realize it is hidden. And in order to have the lion's share, you must be a master. Isn't that funny? I am a master. How lucky that is. No coincidences. Wonder how many songs I've sung. And if I could hold a melody, where would I go? I've enjoyed your shows over the years. Have they not solved those other hunts? They haven't pieced today. But I know confirmation. My phone just click. It doesn't make a noise sometimes. It just shows a title bar. They haven't, but I know at least 2 people that have. As you can tell by the title screen. I wonder if the music box holds a melody. Hang on. How many words? That's 70,070, is it? It's a lot of words, isn't it? How many letters in the poem? 171. No, sorry. How many words in the poem? 171. Letters is something else. 171. How important could that be when you shake a hand? What if there was 166? I think, therefore, think you needed a vessel to carry it all, you know. Especially if it was a lion's share. Can you guess what it is yet? What if? Forrest said you had to think, what if? What if I did? What if I did show you that I know the answers? We're not in Kansas anymore, Dorothy. Oh, wait. Yes, we are. In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome pine. See how it works. When all I do is tell you the truth, but you don't listen. I don't suppose you'll be surfing in California now because it's probably winter, isn't it? I don't know what the weather's like there. Redneck, howdy, how you doing? I found myself in Albuquerque today. Oh, funny you should talk about that. New Mexico is a place where a chest could be, I suppose. Stop by 1021 Old Santa Fe Trail on the way back to Colorado. That's another place. Well, well, well. Rosetta, are you better? And rang the bell at the gate to see if Shiloh would talk to me. But there was no answer. Well, I would hope not, because it's not his house. He shouldn't even be in there. Where have we been? We've been to the Blue Ridge Mountains. We've been to see Dorothy. We've gone to California and New Mexico and Colorado. Little trek, or a trip of the United States. You timed it really well, Redneck. I suppose you could go from California, are you watching? From California down to New Mexico, up to Colorado, Kansas, and Virginia, in them Blue Ridge Mountains, on a road trip. I wonder what you'd find in those places. Everything? Nothing? Absolutely, I know. My island or garden, Someone tell Dave Paisano to unblock me. I don't know why I'm blocked, but nobody sees me chats in his confirmation in his live streams anymore. Well, what one would have to go and watch his videos. Can't you leave a comment and say, are the chats blocked and the comments blocked, or just the chat? I suppose the comments would be blocked as well, wouldn't they? It's beautiful right now in San Diego. A nice 78 degrees. Oh, oh, oh. Uh, yes, 78. I don't know if that's just, there aren't any coincidences. They're just synchronicities. But 78, yeah, okay. I never watch shows live, but I thought I would just enjoy you live for once. Thank you. I hope to be alive, for quite a few times. It's a slow but steady pace, but slow and steady wins the race. So the information that I give, remember 2 conversations at the same time, is truthful information based on or affecting around whatever, whichever words you want to use, the chase and life in general. I don't know. Maybe not too far too, but Z42. Did I miss a letter? So try not to give too much information. Don't want others to know. I'm trying to think if you meant it really is 78 degrees or just telling me the number 78. It's quite important. Not impotent, important. But you haven't missed much, so you're all right there. Like live, I'm probably not coming across as the person that I truly am, in the sense that I am speaking directly to persons who could probably behave a bit better. And therefore, I don't come across as the lovable, joyful, happy person that I am with good people. San Diego. That's San Francisco, isn't it? Diego. San Diego. No. That's California. So 78 degrees, is that Celsius? Are you boiling? What's that in English money? What's 78 degrees in English money? Oh, there is a formula. Well, it must be in the 20s, though. I suppose if you're wearing a wetsuit surfing, probably won't be too bad. Isn't California the place where Scum, whatever his name is, or is that Carolina? No, he's in charge of California, isn't he? What's his name? Can't remember his name. He's loony, he is. Can't remember his name. So, in effect, someone other than me has the ability to tell you the answers. Other than me. And if they can tell you the answers, they know where 5 chests are. And so I have to tell you that because they know where 5 chests are, the truth will be out. See, I wait for divine timing, and it seems to be now. Because once someone else knows, you have to hold on to your wallet. Now, when I say 5 chests, I don't mean 5 chests. Let's think about it logically. Chest in Old Faithful. If I put a chest in the Rocky Mountains, if you find it, you can have it. What, just an empty chest? What do I want with an empty chest? I took 2 trips. I hid the chest and then I hid the treasure. I took a trip out to Wyoming and then I took a trip back to New Mexico in one day. And I hid the treasure. Now, when these new lots of videos were started, or even before they were started, I seem to remember me saying something along these lines. The JCB hunt is connected to Forrest Fenn. Oh, no. Yeah. You will find that Forrest Fenn and JCB are connected. Maybe even umbilically. Maybe an unbreakable thread. Or even thread without the maybe they're connected with some bippity and no boppity going on. And maybe even, I suggested, people like Justin and Michael had an idea of what was going on. Months ago, making these outrageous statements about the thrill of the chase, there's treasure inside, and to infinity and beyond the map's edge. Maybe, just maybe, the YHVH that I was talking about, the V that I was talking about is not a W, Yahweh, not a W. And yet, two V's are a double U. And maybe you needed to look for a V, V double E, V. Maybe you had to look for one of those. Where would you look for one of those? One of those V's? Would you have to line them up with anything? Maybe, I don't know, let's say, just off the top of my head, 21 foot, 7 meters. I don't know, just off the top of my head. Like just randomly guessing that is important. Do you think I know the answers? Or do you know I know the answers? Those answers I already know, that I told you I knew. I did everything Forrest Fenn said to do. Who is the real Forrest Fenn? I hope no one ever finds out. Now I am 100% sure, 100% sure. If you go back over my videos and join the dots, you will see the answers I already know. And you will hear the answers I already know. And you will know that it's possible to know the answers to life, the universe, and everything. 42. Z, Z, 42. I think Darvio liked 42, didn't he? He'd be so surprised to know what it was. Mario, you make me feel stupid. Well, leave stupid alone. Just feel yourself if you have to, but don't do it to stupid. I'm not intentionally trying to make anybody feel anything other than realization. When I say I'm telling you the truth, I am telling you the truth. And when I say that you are supposed to tell the truth, you are supposed to tell the truth. Because the power that you are against, no, it cannot be beat. Nope, cannot be beat. Will never be beaten. Ever. Ever. And it is better to it takes just as much effort to work against as it does to work with. In fact, it's probably less effort to work with. Can I make it work? Your effort, listening, effort will be worth the cold. What does that mean? Now, if you're part of this bullshit, you know exactly what it means. Effort, cold, exactly, precisely what it means. You know that the ode to Peggy and the Raven, very important, that little Popo Aggie River, Edgar Allan Poe, you know it's so important. You know that I saw a bird, blah, 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 whatever that. However it went, I can't remember. Now, I wouldn't be doing this video if it weren't for the fact that I know that someone knows what was done. Not me, other than me. Other than me, someone knows. And I am going to protect that someone. But there really is someone that knows. And you know that I know. Because the information I've just given you tells you I know. Not just the information I've given you, the information on the title page. When you put it all together. So the whole point was to get a handshake. A human handshake. How much is that worth? A human handshake. Did I not tell you in a video that the poem says, when you meet Forrest, you had to handshake and recite the poem backwards? A poem. A poem. Recite the poem backwards. What is a poem? You see, I had a little, I don't know, disagreement with somebody about what a poem was. Who'd have thunk? Who would have thunk that you could have a disagreement with someone about what a poem is? And yet, it is what it is. That's another important word. I might plant that seed along with 10 others, 11 others. Are you fully understanding that I know the answers? And are you fully aware that I am telling you that somebody else knows? Not me. Someone else. And in that knowing, a trip needs to be made somewhere to like turn, breath, in no particular order, of course. I don't know. The chest was made. So you had to do the physical 7 things. I wonder what they could be. I wonder if it mattered which way you were facing when you did it. Oh, all these white names. What's going on? Oh, wow, you lot spoke quickly. You make me feel like dancing. I want to dance the night away. My sister wants me to search for the JCB5 chests. I told her I had no interest. Well, your sister might soon find out that someone knows where they are. And what to do. I thought most people thought JCB was. I thought most people thought JCB was connected to FF. Initially, no. When the thrill of the chase was still going and JCB wasn't even a thing before Toby came back, which I also said would happen. No. There was a no, it's totally separate. No, you don't know what you're talking about, Mario. And then as things go on, they may, I don't know, I'm not involved in it, but they may think, well, yeah, it could be connected. But it's more than connected. It's umbilically attached. It's an unbreakable thread. It's 78 or high 70s. Oh, sorry. It's 78 or high 70s. Where are you in San Diego? Peace today. She told you in San Diego. Or he's just told you in San Diego. Go to Carlsbad Beach Cam. Okay. What? Live. And you can see. Oh no. They're giving out important words. Echo Beach, far away in time. Echo Beach, far away in time. Damn. The world. Hang on, let me make you blue first. You're blue, abadi abada. You're blue. Okay, now you're blue. Damn, the world is full of blind folk. Sorry you said that. I can't see. Someone else knows now. You don't reckon there's even a small possibility that someone else years ago, do you? End of chase. Well, there is a small possibility that someone knew, but did they know as a good person or not a good person? That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. So, and it's roughly what I said. Tell them to get in touch with me. I will tell them the truth, the answers, and then it's finished. Done. Over. Oops. And you only have to look at the first bit of this video to know, I know. I told you I know. And I know how to know. Not just know, I know how to know. And all that is needed is a road trip to where? Oz. Kansas. So, it was 8.25 miles. That's a good rule to start with. Another one would be contentment. That's what Forrest said, didn't he? Contentment. Or joy. That's a good one. Let's have joy. Oh, no happiness though. It's supposed to be the pot. But joy will do, won't it? John. Mr. Black John, not Mr. Stoof John. I wonder why I said I would only call him John when I first started doing the videos. Didn't want to get involved with that black stuff, did I? What do you think about stoof.com? I don't. I don't think about anything. I told you, I don't think about nothing. It's all played out. No, that's not. That doesn't sound right. It's all scripted. Everything's scripted. Please listen. What you don't realise is, what's the best word? Best. Imagine you're watching a film about Nostradamus. No, Shakespeare. That'd be better. Because the world's a stage where each must play a part, and any part is better than no part. You're watching a film about Shakespeare. And you're looking at him writing a script. Excuse me, confirmation of what I'm just about to flipping finish off with. What you don't realise is the script you need to pay attention to is the person that wrote the script for the film where Shakespeare is scripting. The director, the producer, whatever, all of those parts, any part, all of them parts. He played those parts. And in the movie created by the director, the producer, in the movie that we're in, people wrote a script and the narrative and thought that nobody knew. But you wrote a script out of the script that was already written. You writing the script is like watching a film where Shakespeare is writing the script. You're seeing this person write the script because it was already written. The narrative that you are following is the narrative that was written, and your narrative that you're writing for others to follow is the narrative that was written. Already known. Already known. Remember, future. No past. No present. And no future. All. So what is happening here in the past, what's happening here in the present, and what's happening here in the future is all smacking me on the nose. Not by a cowboy, but might as well do. So, the narrative that was wrote, the thrill of the chase, is going to happen the way that it's meant to happen. Not because a narrative was written by human beings, but because a narrative was written by a higher hand. You see, we get our inspiration, our intuition, whatever word you want to come up with, and when we say, I thought of it, I wish I'd thought of it, but I didn't. It came to me from a higher hand. I wish I could have lived to do the things I was attributed to, though. 47 letters. Hey, Captain Kidd, how you doing? 47 letters? Does that make a sentence? Was it 3,000 something letters? Sentences? 3,000 something sentences. I'm not checking. I'm not going to check. I think it was 3,000 something. 244 pages. Was it 244 pages? So, the truth is not only known by me, it is known by someone else. And I don't mean the truth of a chest in All Faithful. No. I don't mean that truth. It's way beyond that truth. I mean a truth of someone taking a vector to New Mexico. That truth. I mean the double V that spans the US. Maybe you need to grid search. I don't know. Who in the thrill of the chase was talking about grid searches? Oh, it was me. Oh, who in the chase was talking about that poem is a map, along with Davy B. And no, it's not Davy B. That poem is a map. Each letter, part of the grid of the map. See, Forrest could have walked out of that jungle. He said, Each letter is a grid reference. Wow. Oh, GPS. Confirmed. No, one confirmed, lots of exclamation marks. So if you could use the poem as a map and you knew the starting point, remember, talked about it, I have in my video. If you knew you were starting at, say, Santa Fe, and you had a map that told you 8.25 miles north, now remember, W, west. Forrest did a video when he was going to the helicopter and he talked about what is north. 270 degrees. Do that again. 270 degrees. And then north. Because 270 degrees is west. And then north. So if you knew the starting point, it's 100% certain you will know the end point based on the 8.25. Do you see how that works? Well, it should do. You set it up. I think not so long ago, or it might be long ago, I mentioned the TT. That is a race. It's pretty dangerous. TT is something dangerous. Or someone dangerous. Well, we know it's not Troy Barlow because that's TB. And that's no offense to Troy. I'm just saying two things at the same time. So as people know that I know, along with another person, what the truth is. Not just about a chest at Old Faithful. See, two chests. Two chests. One, Old Faithful, and the other one, nowhere. Isn't that amazing? Like, how is that possible? Shiloh said, you could hide it again in the same place. I don't know how many times I've said that statement. No one will ever find it there. That's a strange thing to say, isn't it? Considering it's just been found. Found a chest, or you could hide it again in the same place. No, just found it. Here it is. Here, chest. Got your hands on the chest. Hide it again in the same place. Why would I hide it again in the same place? I've just found it. It's just been found. And do you want to hide it again in the same place? But we've got 5 keys, says Forrest. 5 keys. 5 keys. Ooh, that'd be good if we had 5 chests, wouldn't it? And we have one chest, which is a Fenn chest or a Fenn box. Hang on. How can you have a Fenn box before you have There's Treasure Inside Treasure Hunt? Oh, that's how. And then you could hide it again in the same place, couldn't you? I wonder where that place is. He who wonders is never lost. I keep thinking searcher using what? What? Using what? Logic? Oh, bippity boppity. Using logic. Hmm. I see, said the blind man. You don't need eyes to see. But the blind man sees. Two sees. Or, or, or it would help an ocean or a burst. Do I know the answers? Of course I do. Of course I do. But unfortunately for you, so does somebody else. Doof.com, the Times Square pic is fun. Can you find Forrest in that pic? Well, I'd have to go there, wouldn't I? I don't do that. Hiya, Hercules. Who is Seth Gould? Deep thinking logic. If you were born blind, wait, what? You don't need eyes to see. One can see in one's imagination with one's. Which is what this person that you called Jesus was talking about. With the eyes to see and the ears to hear. Keep doing good videos, my friend. Years ago, I trusted your judgment, Marianne, and you're still here. Peace out. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've been trusting my judgment years ago, to be fair. Thank you for all that you said. I appreciate it. I appreciate that word good as well. Would your penny provide you images? Would your penny provide you images of what you think things should look like? I don't know about my penny, but my pineal might. Oh, you put pineal there. Well, that's fine. Yes, my penny. I prefer penny than pineal, to be fair. So, in the imagination, anything's possible. Everything is possible. It may be difficult, but it will never be impossible in my penny. So my penny is pretty darn good, to be fair. And my penny has faith, had faith in a maverick. Maverick. So what happens now? Someone knows what was done other than me. And that would mean that there's treasure inside and to infinity and beyond, the map's edge, has a little bit of an issue. It was never an issue in the family. And what if land is not an issue? What's an issue? I wonder what the word issue means. I wonder how you could use that word. I don't know. I'd have to check some to find out. So, there are answers that are quite clearly obvious. Now, the problem is there are people behind the scenes that are doing naughty things. And they're going to be found out because someone knows. Other than me. Other than me, who's waiting for the go ahead. And it seems the fact that somebody knows means we have to move forward, having found reverse. Which leads us to the enterprise. Or, hold on a minute, the establishment. That's where it leads us. It leads us to the establishment. No? Of course it does. To the establishment. Way back when. That establishment. So, why is it that I must go? So, hear me all and listen good. That establishment. Do I know the answers? Of course I do. Proven to you by the information that I am giving to you now. Those that don't know won't have a fucking clue what I'm talking about. They won't have a clue what I'm talking about. But those that do know, so, with the establishment, of course, will absolutely know what I'm talking about. I think. Uh-oh, Mario the Great. Oh no. That means I'm going to have to burn some cakes. Or was that Alfred? Oh, Alfred the Great. Oh, that probably means that I'm a fire protector. Because that's what they use, isn't it? Grates. Wow, somebody gave me a like. That's nice, thank you. Whoever you are, I appreciate that. So, the next steps. Put a foot down, step on it. The next steps. Maybe, baby, to find out if people have already dipped in to other people's purses or wallets or whatever. By planting those seeds. And if not, and all those 60 seeds grow, what happens to there's treasure inside? And then, Justin, what are your seeds like? Now, I must admit, I found out something that I didn't know. And that shocked me. I have to admit. And now I can't remember what it was. But it's to do with Justin and his abilities. And I don't know why I didn't know. I just didn't know. Probably because I don't take any notes anyway. So, but yes, his vocation, I suppose it is, shocked me. I didn't know. I found out today, but I didn't know. I'm a good guy. Oh no, that's better than Billie Eilish then, because she's a bad guy. Thank you. I, not blow my own trumpet or bloody ego or anything, but I think I am a good guy. Well, I try to be. I don't try to be a bad guy. I don't try to be a good guy, but I try to not be a bad guy. So thank you for noticing that I'm not a bad guy. I'm not a bad person. I really aren't, and I don't do anything to hurt people. So you know, why I am the butt of whatever is happening, I don't know. Well, I do know. I know. Of course, I know. But if they would just stop and think, they would realise that they're their own enemy. I'm the mirror. Everything goes back. You destroy yourself. That's it. I can't do anything about that. Do you think Forrest had a loud whistle without fingers? That's whistle without fingers. Do I think that Forrest had a loud whistle without fingers? Yeah, probably his hearing aid would whistle quite a bit. He probably had a ringing in his ears anyway, because if he was spiritual, that's part of that process. That would be no way to live if you were bad. Bad language. I'm learning the hard on a biscuit bite. The best thing to do is not react to anything anybody else does. I know what you're trying to say, but you have to react to everything that other people do. But you have to react correctly. You have to accept everything that people do, take it on board, analyze it, accept it, know it for what it is, so it doesn't eat away at you. So, all of the bad things that get thrown at you, don't try to run from them. Alchemize them, transmute them, accept them, understand them, know them, whatever. Know the reason behind the shit that they're doing, and it won't bother you. So, you have to react. You have to move in the correct way, whatever the correct way is, because it depends what. If someone's loving on you, then you obviously react and react in a loving way. Don't push them away. And if someone's being bad, then you understand why they're being, or try to understand why they're being bad, and you learn from whatever it is they're doing. Learn that how it's affecting you is probably not a good thing. Maybe you shouldn't jump up and down, shouting and screaming and swearing and throwing fists. So yeah, react to everything that people do, but react in the correct way. Take stock of what happens every day in your life. Be grateful for it and react in a way that benefits you. And if possible, benefits them, which is what I'm doing. I'm trying to benefit other people, even though they're trying to F with me. And it's to their own downfall that they're trying to F with me, because I'm paying them no mind. I'm not doing anything. I don't accept their rubbish. Forrest threw time in the bin, but I'm not going to accept anyone's flipping rubbish. What people want for me and project onto me, I know is not for me. It goes back. But I listen, take it in, not take it in, but understand what it is that they're doing, understand why it is they're doing it, and appreciate the fact that they need to learn a different way of living. I don't need to learn a different way of living. I've already been to school. I've already understood how I need to do the things I need to do to get through life. So, the projections of others, yeah, react, but react in the correct way. Because if you spend your life trying to avoid everything, it ain't going to be a very good life. Not at all. And if you can hear what people are saying and feel what people are doing, but not let it affect you in the sense that you know and appreciate all that it is, it's okay. Excuse me. See, I don't judge people for what they're doing, but I don't forgive them either because I haven't judged them. Basically, they've used their free will to do what they want to do. So why should I judge it? Because I've used my free will to do what I want to do. I'm not going to take their free will away because no one's going to take my free will away. See how that works? And therefore, I can't judge them. I can't judge them. We're told no stone throwing. Can't judge those people. They will do what they want to do and they will learn whatever lessons come with what they will do. And I will learn whatever lessons come with whatever it is that I'm doing. And if I'm doing good, then I will get good because my effort will be worth what I put out. And their effort will be worth what they put out. And if they put out shit, it'll go back to them. Problem with it going back to them is it'll come back harder than it went. React is a living in the past moment. I want to define success however you see define success for you. Success for me is a brave new world. Excuse me. It really is. And I feel, I know that it's not too far away. Told you this was not about a chest in the Rocky Mountains. Even though there was a chest. Remember, listen, a chest. Nothing about treasure. Never said anything about treasure. I said there was a chest at Old Faithful. A chest at Old Faithful. That's 100% true. There was a chest at Old Faithful. In the sense that was the solve. And someone decided, let's just play with this. Justin, are you at 9 Mile Hole? I won't do that. So people just playing with the 9 Mile Hole stuff. You see, the problem is when somebody makes a statement, you can hide it again in the same place. What if somebody hid something at 9 Mile Hole? How many people would think to look at 9 Mile Hole? I'm not saying Justin has hidden anything there. I'm just saying, how many people would think to look at 9 Mile Hole as a place for a hidden treasure, bearing in mind somebody says you can hide it again in the same place, and Forrest said nobody will ever find it there. Or Forrest could have a place somewhere in the Rocky Mountains where nobody found his treasure. And then when it was said that somebody found his treasure, he can then hide his treasure in the place that he had already planned. Or somebody else could. Couldn't they, John Collins Black? So, when I say the truth, I mean the truth. When I say I know the answers, I mean I know the answers. And when I say somebody else now knows the answers, I mean somebody else now knows the answers. And that means that a solution must be done. Now, because they know the answers, all of the answers, that means O double V, double blazes, chevrons, O double blazes, W, means they know. Excuse me, confirmation that they know. I agree, this is much bigger than anyone could ever imagine. Oh, you are not kidding. Well, I don't know about anyone, I could imagine. But yeah, it is so much bigger than anyone can imagine. And now somebody else knows that. Can't hang around anymore. I said in my earlier videos that you have to speak the truth now in this moment or you will fail the test. And because now somebody knows, everything will be revealed. Pandora's box will be open. And I know, I will get the blame for all that's happened. And I don't give a shit. Because I didn't do this. Someone else, excuse me, solved it. It doesn't matter, I said. You don't have to believe a single word, I said. The truth is the truth, I said. It will be here in 1,000 years, I said. The truth will still be the truth in 1,000 years. And that's the truth. The information I have given prove that I know the answers. They prove it. Now, there is a way to know. And that would mean that something could be opened, entered, taken from, whatever, and the person who was keeping an eye on that would know. Accessed is a good word as well. Thank you. Accessed. I rest my case. I rest my case. I'm telling you the truth. Something can be accessed. And then, because there's a way to know, something can be accessed. And they will then know that I'm not lying. Someone other than me knows the answers. All of the answers. Working with joy. I know you know what that means. Working with joy. And obviously, all of those words. 8.25 miles. Taking that into consideration. There are other things that I can say. But if I say them, then everyone will know. Everyone will know. So I can't say those other things. But hopefully, if everything that I've said is put together, everything that I've said, including the beach and everything, and all of the other stuff, the 8.25, and some joy and contentment and legacy, and I use those words in the poem. Those words to get the legacy. Like if you put all that together, what else can I say? Put all that together. I've talked about the V and the vector and the magnetic doodah and the facing the old queen, if you wanted to. I talked about the music box having a melody. Remember, I'm trying to say stuff without saying stuff, but letting you know that I know stuff. Yes, because the place was found, however, the spot has not been properly excavated as of yet. No. The I don't know how he got to this spot, to be fair, 79 or 80-year-old man. But is it possible? Just bear with me. Is it possible that the chest was the Fenn box and not the Fenn treasure? The place is the same place, apparently. But that would mean there'd be two treasures there. There would be a missing chest with Forrest Fenn's treasure in it. And then there would be the Fenn box with John Collins Black treasure in it. Because you can hide it again in the same place. Now, I can't give you a clue or a hint. Okay, I can give you that. But everyone would know where I was talking about or what I was talking about. But let me just say, J did not exist until 1524. And without it, it wouldn't be there. Does that tell you I know? Of course it does. Without the letter J, it wouldn't be there. Because it wouldn't be that name. And without that name, I would have nothing. You see how Father works when he puts out information. The letter J did not exist take that letter J, and then that name doesn't exist anymore, does it? No. So you couldn't hide it there because it'd be a different name. So put that letter J back, and that's where it is. That's the best I can do to tell you where it is without telling everybody roughly where it is. How was Jesus picked by God? Well, he wasn't, because he didn't have a J. Yahusha, divine, Usha, divine protection, fought in Galilee, a place called Usha in Galilee, real stuff, not made up bullshit. A place in Galilee called Usha, and there is a person who is divine in Galilee. Was his name Jesus? I don't think so, because there was no J. What did he come here for, this person you call Jesus? Was it to wake people the fuck up? Of course it was. Did people get upset with the fact that he was trying to wake people up? Of course they did. And were those people of the church? Of course they were. And did they set up the Vatican, these people of the church, to honor this person that they hated because he was waking people up? And then these evil people that were doing all these things, did they not then give you this person as their divine being? Of course they did. Hang on a minute. Whoa. The people of the church destroyed this person for waking people up and then gave you his name to worship? No. Wake the fuck up. The church killed this person. They killed him, got rid of him because he was waking people up, and then said, worship him. No, there's something wrong with that logic. There's something absolutely wrong with that logic. Let's kill this bloke named Jesus, and let's tell everybody to worship this bloke named Jesus. I'm not seeing it. I am not seeing it. So we go back to the beginning. The Sumerians, out of fucking nowhere, out of nowhere. They didn't start with ABC. No, they didn't do the Forrest Fenn thing. They didn't start with ABC. They just suddenly started writing stuff. Boom. Let's have a conversation. Let's write some things down. Let's tell everybody about stuff. What, just like that? Just like that. 1 minute, nothing. Next minute, nah, it doesn't work like that. And in that explosion of language, just like that, not none of that, not none of that, just straight, hey, how are you, mate? Are you okay? Great. Let's have a conversation. What? No. And that conversation, those words on the tablets, like these, can't speak, can't talk, can't use tools because they're whatever terminology would come those times. These people just suddenly started communicating. And they told us the Anunnaki, those people, those beings, helped them. Gives me confirmation. Hold up. So you got these humans, or whatever they were, whoever they were, suddenly out of nowhere, were literate and writing stuff and having conversations and building stuff. Just like woke up one day, out the cave, out the cave. Let's go and build something, lads. Here, this is how you do it. Look, I'll show you. There you go. Follow that. Follow that. I told you how to do it. What? Nah. But worse than that. Worse than that. Remember, this is like 6,000 years more ago. What? You know, Stone Age, Bronze Age, blah, blah, blah. This is a long time ago. Worse than that, the Anunnaki, them beings, they came down. We're gods, worship us. They came down already knowing language, able to give it to the Sumerians. How long were they learning how to speak? Or making up speech? But it's worse than that. Not only did the Sumerians have language, it was different than other people. The Chinese, different, Mandarin, etc. The Egyptians, different hieroglyphs. You see how that works? Like, if a Spanish person, imagine the whole world couldn't speak any languages, and a Spanish person, no, not Spanish because they have a lisp because of the king, the, what am I going to say? Polish, because I don't know anything about the Polish. Like, each time I think of something like the French, the frogs, and blah, blah, blah. So, the Polish, nobody can speak any language, and the Polish come down, land on the earth. Guess what? Everyone, every fucking one, everyone speaks Polish, and they write in Polish because that's all there is. That's all there is. Nobody knows language. Nobody knows how to write, read, or write, or do anything. And the Polish come down and they teach us. And there's just Polish. But that didn't happen. That didn't happen. We've got Mandarins, not those oranges, not them. We've got Mandarin. We've got hieroglyphs. We've got Sumerian text. We've got all sorts of writing. And then they come up with fucking English. We've got all sorts of writing. Why? Seriously, why? Like, if you can't speak, if you have no way of communicating, and a single race comes down and tells you, this is how you speak. It's called Sumerian, named after you people. It's called Sumerian, and this is how you speak. Because we are gods, and we're telling you how to speak to each other. And then, out of nowhere, the Egyptians come along and they use hieroglyphs. Out of nowhere, boom. Let's chisel all this on this wall. Shut up. But it was decided, no, We don't want people to know Egyptian hieroglyphs. We're going to destroy these Egyptian people and these hieroglyphs, and we're going to change things. What do you mean, mate? We're going to change things. We're going to get rid of all their gods. We're going to get rid of their language so nobody knows it. And we're going to tell the people that this Jupiter and this Zeus, different gods, even though the same god, and this Aphrodite and this blah blah Venus and all whatever it is, however it works, all this mix and match stuff that we've got going on, we're just going to give them one. We're just going to give them one. Not Egyptian, not Hebrew. A cross between the Romans and the Greeks. And the Eastern Chinese, Mandarin people, whatever, Asian, that's the word I'm looking for. Asian people, they're gods. We're going to get this Krishna, we're going to get this Jesus bloke, and we're going to put them together and we're going to call him Jesus Christ. And that is the person they're going to worship. That's the person they're going to worship. And anything written down anywhere that says otherwise, we're going to destroy it. We're going to destroy it. And so, through the ages, libraries, that big library, I don't know, what was his name? Alex. Everything's destroyed because there's too much information everywhere that tells the truth. So let's destroy it. In fact, later on in life, let's go on a crusade and destroy things and give it to the Vatican. Let's take their gold, let's take their books, burn it, whatever, however it is, so no one knows the truth except he knew, because they're part of the script that was written. And so the truth was hidden. Confirmation, my phone's just lit up. The truth was hidden. But guess what? I've asked the truth to be revealed. I've asked for judgment to be called on all of those things that happened in the past. And so, before I asked, things were being revealed, the Dead Sea Scrolls and all of that stuff was coming to light. But we needed more information. And we need more information to put all the pieces together to have the truth outside of what's in the Vatican and elsewhere around the world, which they won't tell us. Because they're the people. They're the evil. They're the ones running the world. So of course they won't tell us what the truth is. And so there will be, remember I only told the truth, there will be some discoveries soon that will be revealed to us in regard to our beginnings. And when I say soon, I don't mean tomorrow. I don't mean next week. I mean overnight. In the grand scheme of things, roughly 10 to 15 years is overnight in the grand scheme of things. So the information that I have that is the truth will be proven to be the truth. And the information that was hidden will be known. And guess what? The knowledge that we have, all the books that we have, which is our knowledge, most of it are lies, all of that will be discredited. And new books will be written. And not new truth, the real truth will be given to us. And that includes, first and foremost probably, that includes energy, like in the air energy. Just reach out and touch the in the air energy that is always there. You know, that stuff that comes from the clouds. So powerful, that lightning, that Thor stuff. Thank Thor for that thunder and that lightning. So, the energy that is all around us is free. It's free. So, we will not be destroying the earth to get energy. Now, these people in power, they know this. These scientists, they know this. These physicists, they know this. The biologists, they know about the human body and what is truly required for us to live in the power that we are supposed to live in. Our teachers know more about the truth. And when I say teachers, I mean the professors, the people at the top, not just your average teacher who's doesn't care about teaching half the time. So, our judges, our government officials, our elite, our religious people, those people that have been guiding us and nurturing us. Now, those people will be found out to be what they are. And I can assure you now, it is not good. But those people will change. And those books too will be rewritten because they are not, in fact, true. And then we come to the pharmaceuticals. Now, it will take a while to change from these fucking tablets that are really killing us and move to the natural medicine that Mother Earth has for us. And then we come to why they are destroying the earth. They're not destroying the earth. They're destroying people so they can move in and get these minerals. I don't know, seems to be some in Greenland. Not Greenland. Yes, Greenland. I find it strange that a man can use the argument of going into a country or a place and say it's for our protection. And like I said before, so we could go into Wales, we could go into Scotland and say we should be in control here because if you got invaded, it would be easy for them to invade us. So haven't you just invaded us then? Why haven't you just took over our country by saying that? Because you don't want to get invaded, you want to make sure that you're in charge of my country. You want to be able to use the resources in my country to make sure that your country isn't invaded. I don't know about that. That sounds very much like what Putin said. Now I know that there's supposed to be a deal and all this, but like I said, they all work together, and it's all about getting you wound up and angry or upset or whatever, mithered over what's happening in the world. There's no point because they're all in it together, and it needs to change, and it needs to stop, and it's stopping as we speak. So be very, very sure that the answers are known based on the information that I've given you and the information on the title page. And along with that, be aware that I would not be doing this video if someone else didn't know how to end not only the thrill of the chase, there's treasure inside, to infinity and beyond the map edge, or whatever it is, and various other things, including Mr. Jonathan Stoof or .com. There is nothing else that you can do. Nothing. There's nothing else that you can do. Everything is going to be known. You had a chance to tell everyone what was done. In fact, it would have been easier if you'd have just said, "Old Faithful." Old Faithful was the place. And then it could have stayed at New Mexico. Maybe Barbara was right. Or it could have stayed at the 5 campgrounds. Or it could have stayed in Wyoming. And Troy was right. Who was in Colorado? Bill. Where was Bill? I can't remember where Bill was. But it could have stayed with the cow. Susie, thank you. Or it could have stayed with those bells that Susie had in Montana. And nobody would have known. The chest was found. And the treasure could have stayed wherever it was. But you had to do some nefarious stuff. This abundance is for the planet, not for a few people. What? You hate me because of that? You hate me because the planet is supposed to benefit, and you want it all, and you don't want the planet to benefit. Confirmation. It seems that that's a true statement. That's sad. I would hope that anyone in their fucking right mind would have said, well, actually, no, it's better that the planet is better off. Because you could have a good life, because you'd be one of the people that will be having that good life without being nefarious. Like, you wouldn't be on the poverty line. Having $1 trillion, listen, having $1 trillion is too much money. Forrest told us, you just need enough money. Enough money. You are not going to spend $1 trillion. You are not going to spend $1 billion. Well, some people will. But you're making more than that, aren't you? So let's look at it this way. There are people in the world that live hand to mouth, paycheck to paycheck. If you had $10 billion, do you think you could live paycheck to paycheck with 10 billion? So by the time you spent 10 billion, you had another 10 billion. Which means if you've got $1 trillion, you could have given away all of that other stuff. If you need 100 billion to live on, paycheck to paycheck, you could live on 100 billion, and by the time you spent that 100 billion, you would accrue another 100 billion. Then you don't need the other stuff. I am not giving it away. They are going to have to earn it. Didn't Forrest do a scrapbook about an urn? Did he do one about Ernest as well? Not lying. So, in the clouds. What's in the clouds? Eric Sloan. Oh, Sloan. I wonder how that works. Those chosen know this also. Jets cannot hold 66,000. Oh, they give me a message there. Hercules, 66,000. That's pretty important. It's very important. To be fair, 66,000. Demonic shit. What is 66,000 gallons of fuel? Is demonic shit? What? It's worse when all of the countries that are already established take orders from another party who was not elected, nor were they even selected or ever selected. Check out Scott Walter, Knights Templar. Oh no, I've been there, done that. Even the things in the swords and all sorts of things. No, no more, no more. I've stopped searching. Sorry, I don't want to do. That appear to be something of biblical significance. He's all over YouTube talking about it. Looks like Fenn. And I have no doubt that all of that is true. All these rich elites can't stop their addiction to stealing more and more money. It's absolutely crazy. When is enough enough? 100%. So enough is now. Enough is now. This is when enough is enough. The problem is they are children in mental state wise. Forrest said all stayed around 13. They don't have the capacity to do what humans can do. They don't have the ability. We are their batteries. We are what keep them functioning. That's the best way I can describe it. And they have no longer got access to the batteries. Stopped. So, the moment we're born, not into sin, the moment we're born into the light, we have an inheritance that should be ours. And we can live off that inheritance. And these fuckers are stealing it every day off everyone. And now it's time to give it back to that's right, the meek. On there, it's no place for the meek. Where would that be? Where would it's no place from there be for, I don't mean all faithful, for the meek? Imagine all the people. Imagine you're a very young child and you love your parents so much. Where would you want to be? Anywhere? No. You'd want to be with them. And nowhere else is the same. If you have loving parents. So, these parents, mum and dad, original parents, teaching the children how to be parents. Loving parents. So, yes, there is an addiction, and it's an addiction to humans. Feeding off us in more ways than fucking one. And you're not welcome here anymore. You have no access anymore. You're listening? No access anymore. You are not welcome on this planet. You are not welcome in the energy of anybody who is a good soul. Just thought I'd put that out there for those beings that don't realize it yet. Yes, oh, I've read that, and read that. So that's all I have to say. Someone other than me knows in regard to old faithful vector, bippity boppity, all of that stuff. Someone knows, and someone is able to plant those seeds with a master key. All of them. It's like 12 disciples. All of them. Each one. 12 disciples, 12 disciples, 12 disciples, 12 disciples, 12 disciples. And we know what happened to the disciples. Rainbow water. Ooh, what else are they called? Florida water. Water's a name as well, or a word. Water is a word out of the poem because you need all of them. One of them won't take you there. Water, water, water. Tight and focus isn't the word you need because it's not in the poem. See how that works? Like the words are in the poem for those disciples to get access to the purse. Have you ever seen spring water coming out of a line? Oh, you know, don't you? You know, there was confirmation there, so you must know. You know, because you're not asking these or making these statements randomly, are you, Hercules? You know, no, the burst isn't there. The burst is somewhere else. You know that the 21 feet, the 7 meters. No, I haven't seen the limestone cliff, but you may have done. Where every drop that comes out starts off as one color but changes through all the colors of the rainbow as it drops to the ground. I have not seen that, no. But I might know a place where I could see that if I was ever going to see it. It could be the end of the rainbow and the treasure. But that is a very important couple of sentences that you've wrote. No, I haven't. But there might be a V there. There may be a V there. If it's the same place. There's a giant V. And it does have an effect. I didn't know that was giant. Like mammoth. I didn't know it was mammoth. Another important word that, I've been putting out. Spectacular. 150 foot high. The V's, I can't remember reading that. I can't admit to anything, Hercules, so I've said enough. I never read it either. I've just seen it. It's confirmation come off there. So, whilst I'm trying to tell people the truth for their own good, I can't divulge too much information because it wouldn't be fair to the other. Like if it was me, well, I already have divulged a lot of information. But now this doesn't just affect me, it affects someone else. So I have to do the right thing. But there's a way that JCB will know. Oh, sorry, Forrest will know. There's a way that Forrest will know. I don't know, English humour, I suppose. So there's a way that Forrest will know. Quite simple, really. Oh, he did say it was simple. So there's a way to know if the chest has been found. That might be because they know that somebody had access. Hmm. Excuse me, confirmation. So once having access, let's say 50, they're not there anymore. And because they're not there anymore, Forrest, Forrest will know. These are intentional, this JCB Forrest stuff. Forrest will know that the treasure's been found. Confirmation my phone has lit up. There's only one way in. That's what I was trying to think. So there's a way to know. Sorry for that long pause. There's a way to know. And there is only one way in. As far as I know, said Forrest. So, a way to know is if you know the one way in. That way would be following the 12 disciples and gaining access. Awkward being a master if you're following. So I think I'll leave. The watches. There is a way because he's still got an eye on it, in my opinion. Oh yeah, you can. You don't need to leave your house to keep an eye on it. Well, it goes up and down though, doesn't it? Confirmation. It goes up and down. Up and down. So yeah, bigger. Ooh, bigger than you can imagine. More than you can shake a stick at. So we shall see. I may have to do some keywords, and some entering. And then I will see if they're still full or not. So, in one hunt, in the Forrest Fenn Thrill the Chase treasure hunt, there was a chest in Old Faithful. The It's Too Easy. Listen to what I'm saying. I know what that means. It's too easy solve. But taking a vector from Old Faithful, you have the original second solve. Too easy to get the original second solve. With that in mind, Pedro has 5 chests, 5 keys, or just a master key. And you can have the lion's share. What's that? 1,000,000? Is the lion's share 1,000,000? But you have to be there in person and do the physical slide to the left, slide to the right, crisscross. No, you'd have to do that, but you know what I mean. The turn and press and slide and lift and blah 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 blah. Trying to think off the top of my head what those were, but not in the right order, so people don't know. Even though I don't think that anyone nobody will get to the point where they will be able to do those physical 7 things. Looking to the Queen. The thrill of the chase is coming to an end because people wouldn't listen. The one thing you were meant to do couldn't be done. It doesn't matter how this was going to play out. Whether listen was just a word that needed to be in there to do whatever. What matters is, at the point of the chest being found, allegedly, at the point of the chest being found, allegedly, a whole load of fucking BS came out. And there have been many occasions where the truth, was just going to be given and resolved, and then nah. But I can assure you, epic and fun, yeah. Not 2 years later, epic and fun. Very soon, epic and fun. What does epic and fun really mean? Well, Forrest was just having fun. So you can look up the word, because he didn't mean fun in the way that you think he meant fun. You can look up the word fun and you will find out exactly, precisely, in other words, what Forrest was saying. There we go. This has been fun, big guy. Fun. Thank you. It has been fun. Fenn Treasure just hit 1.5 mil in melt weight gold. It was 1.3 when what's the name did it. So it's gone up 2.2. The strategic planning that went into this would have been better if you paid attention to detail. Impossible for it to be the chest in the book, The Thrill of the Chase, at the Heritage Auction with the olive jar. That was an impossibility. Absolutely impossible. But it could have been the book on the dust cover. I wish I could have lived to do the things I was attributed to. I wonder what that anagram's to. And if you had that chest in your lap, where are you? It's gone. Oh, you didn't have to be awkward just now. I saw it originally. Oh well. This chest Maybe I'm going to get for copyright. How come you can see me but you can't see the bloody chest? That's bull. No way. You're intentionally doing that. Bullshit. See right through it. It must be the glow of the book. No, it won't do. Anyway, this chest that's in the book, The Thrill of the Chase, if you have it in your lap, like that, this book in your lap is the chest. Here is the chest. This is the chest that was found. Oh, you can see it. See, caught you out there, didn't I? I caught you out there, didn't I? Hey, don't play games. This chest with no olive jar. See? No olive jar. None. Couldn't have gone to Heritage Auction with an olive jar that wasn't in the chest in the book, The Thrill of the Chase. And it's the same for the pictures on the inside. So if you paid attention to detail, you'd have realised, Mr. JCB, you couldn't have bought the olive jar. Neither could Ben. Because it wasn't in the chest. In the book, The Thrill of the Chase. Wasn't in there. Didn't exist. If it managed to get to auction, it was an untruth. If you found the chest in the book, The Thrill of the Chase, there are no jewels. None. There's not even... you bugger. Well, you know there isn't. There's not even a dragon bracelet. There's not a ring. No ring. There's no ring in this chest. There's no dragon bracelet in this chest. And therefore, can't go to auction. Because the chest that was found was the one that was in the book, The Thrill of the Chase. Forrest said that. He didn't say his treasure chest was found. His treasure was found. Listen means don't speak. Oh, it's that song. Don't speak. Well, I haven't spoke until now. In the sense that I haven't told people the hole and how deep it is. But somebody else knows, and it's confirmation. And it's possible that they can access the treasure, all of it, every single thing. You ready, Justin? And he is just a bystander at this point, right? When it's found, it's out of his hands, he said. Because just take the chest and go in peace. So somebody else must have it in their hands. It's the way the cookie crumbles, because somebody had their hand in the cookie jar. How's that going to turn out? It had to be this way. That's interesting. YouTube is blocking out your picture. I don't think it's YouTube. But it might be. It's just, I think if I ask him nicely, he'll let you see it. But I don't think it's YouTube. Come on, don't mess about. Spirit, I'm not playing. There you are. I can see you. I can see you. That's the chest with the money in it and the gold nuggets. but no olive jar. No olive jar. Which means it couldn't have gone to auction. It couldn't have gone to auction. That's impossible, and it's only supposed to be difficult. Which means the game's afoot, Watson. I think it has something to do with copyright. Well, the stuff in the olive jar does. Do you have brownstone structure in England? Brownstone structures in England. I don't know what we have in England to be. It's it's not a term I come across often. Brownstone structures at all. The person was his treasure. That's what I was alluding to. If somebody can find it, see, Forrest said, sharing his passion, sharing his adventure. And then he said, my treasure has been found. No, no, it hasn't. The chest has been found. So for him to make the statement that the treasure has been found, he was talking about the person who found the chest. Or talking about his goal, his aim, his now I can move forward with everything else, the free books, the project, blah, blah, blah. Because I've reached this point. This point has been attained, which is my, aim, my goal, my want, my desire, my treasure, whatever. That's been achieved. And now we move forward with the rest. So yes, the person was his treasure, which is what I've always believed. He was searching. Forrest was searching as much as we were searching, but obviously he wasn't searching for treasure. He was searching for someone to be the finder, solver, Job, whatever, the interview, whatever it was. The 8 of us know the pick like our left hand. Ah, he found me, says Dave. What does found mean? What does Dave mean? Let's be honest. That sounds like a blessing to me. Well, I'm believing that blessings are going to be given to many people. And, thank Forrest, not Thor. Thank Forrest for that. There are blessings that will be given to a lot of people. And it doesn't matter how or who or what Major Forrest Burke Fenn was. It only matters that this thrill of the chase has led to many discoveries. And there are promise of more discoveries to be had. But unfortunately, well, Erkley, I think you've just given away your name. Hi, Dave. Great name. I was lost, but now I am found. Good. I'm glad to hear that. And I hope that many more people, millions and billions of people, will be found. That is my hope. Billions of people will be found in many ways, however you want found to be. Finding themselves, being found because they're lost, whatever. Really lost or, taken, whatever. Hi, Mario. Great name. Cool. Love it. Recovery's great. So you're Mario, are you? There's 2 of us. Oh, no, you must be the other person that knows. The truth is the truth. No one can escape what the truth is. And I know the truth. And like I say, I have to say this now. And they know that I'm doing this. They know that I'm doing this. I have to say this now because if somebody knows, it's possible that they will do the way to know bit. Not yet, but they will be doing it. The way to know bit. And once that bit's done, it's done. Oh, nice K71. I'm Luigi. Oh, that's a shame. I was hoping you Princess Peach. Dang! Nothing ever goes right. Not saying that's. Don't you do that. That's not a negative statement. That's just a funny statement. I am the Donkey Kong. Oh, as long as you're not Bowser, we're all good. And Goliath, not forgetting, or the Cyclops, the one-eyed man. So, again, told you the truth. Pandora's box will be open. This will not go on for whatever many years, many weeks even. You know, I built a rock sling before I even knew that King David killed the giant with a rock from the sling. Yeah, that is interesting. That's almost as interesting as I did in the poem without even knowing what it was I was doing. Like making a map. Confirmation, I'm not lying. I didn't know I was making a map. I didn't know I was doing this human, whatever they call it now. I can't remember what they call it. Something to do with human. I didn't know I was doing that. I was just following what Forrest said. And he said, cipher the 9 clues in my poem. So I was doing stuff and it gave me answers. And those answers were facts. And so I told people the facts. Remember, 2 things at the same time. I'm absolutely telling you 100% the answer and what was done with these words that I'm using. 100%. Like you could not go wrong. You would be able to find out exactly how this was done by using the words that I'm using. I'm not lying. And when I say exactly, I mean precisely how it was done to the nth degree, to the fucking coordinates that don't exist, but seriously, to the coordinates that you need, to the fallen tree, even to that point. Well, hopefully, Pandora's box doesn't smell like the old tuna. Well, I hope not, because I'm Hope. And I'm the only thing left in it. So that would be me smelling like tuna. I don't want that. Although he did say the smell assaulted my senses. You have a GPS. We have 5 GPS. Not 1. So you missed all of it, Dave. But basically, the only reason I've come and done this video, it's not about the words and that. It's because somebody else knows the answers. Like the truth. Somebody else knows the truth. Of everything. From Forrest Fenn. Well, even before Forrest Fenn. They know stuff before Forrest Fenn as well. They know a lot of stuff. And they don't mess with it. They know a lot of stuff. And they know from having faith. I'm not kidding you. From having faith and being smart and having the abilities and being determined and having mettle and resolve, all those things. They went to town. And they know. And they've told me they know, and they have proven they know. Literally proven that they know. And I have proven that I know, and I only tell you the truth. So me saying that somebody else knows, trust me, somebody else knows. And because they know, the box, all the boxes will be open. Because now that they know, the way that they know, other people could know as well. So it has to be done. What if they were 9 clues, but there were 9 sets of 9 clues in the one poem? What if there were 9? No, it's too much information. No. Well, there was the 9 as in the German 9, and then there was no 19. None of them received a hero's welcome. None of them. None of them. All those who remember the war, remember in my other video, all those who remember the war could not forget what they've seen. Destruction of men in Vietnam, whose average age was 19. The destruction. So what if there was a load of destruction? Was it that awful guy who plays dumb? That sounds like me. But spare a thought for the author, Douglas. No, not him. But he knew. Oh, actually, you may be correct in that statement. Sorry, Hercules. You may be correct in that statement. Absolutely correct in that statement. More than correct in that statement. It was based on a sergeant. It was the author guy. And if you know the author guy, you know that there is a sergeant involved with the author guy. 2 conversations at the same time. Find the sergeant and you find the author guy. That is a lot of tuna. Oh no, smelly boxes. Oh, we don't want that. May they all be giant tunas. No, 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 no. No, not that author. Sorry, not that author. No. Different author who played dumb. A different author. That author that played dumb, that Dan, no, not that one. No. No. Oh, that sounds like Bear. The 9x9. No, not 9x9. He only said that they were 9 clues. He didn't say that there were 9 clues that were in each of the paragraphs of the treasure poem. He was saying to me that there's a minimum of 9. So I don't know. Remember, just being honest and truthful. I don't know everything that Forrest Fenn did. I only know everything that Father did. In other words, everything that he knows, he's passed on to me. But in that passing, he didn't say, Forrest Fenn knew this, Forrest Fenn knew that. When he did the poem, he knew all about this. When he did the poem, he knew all about that, because there was stuff in that poem. There is no way Forrest Fenn knew it. He never knew it. Never knew it. It's impossible for him, and I mean impossible, not just difficult, impossible, not going to happen, It's impossible for him to have put that information in that poem. Which means the information that Major Forrest Burke Fenn or whoever, Titiano, whatever, whoever wrote this poem was fed by spirit. And however it turned out, the information in it, Forrest may or may not have known, but he didn't put it in there. He didn't write that poem intentionally for that information to be known. But he did. She did. They did. Intentionally to be known, the information in that poem. Because you can read that poem so many different ways and it gives you so much truth. It's beyond. I read that poem. I'm not kidding you. I read that poem. Let me just. And then I'm going. Of going then, or after going. Right, I read the poem like this. What is another word? Remember ABCs. What is another word for W? Wednesday. Wickets. West. 23rd letter. Oh, I got more last time. Why am I? Oh, is it because it's a big W? Is it because it's a big W? It could be the big W. What? West. Witness. Work. Wide. White. I did it to the fucking letter. Every letter. Every letter. Every single one. Every letter. And then I found out what every letter meant. And then I found out what meant. And then back. Oops. I found out what west meant. Does that mean what you think they do? And then I found out this is when it gets a lot. What witness meant. For every word. Every fucking word. And I went through them all. I went through them all. And I got information. Information you wouldn't believe. Not going to go through it all, but just to show you what I did. Look how small this is. But I didn't give up. Oh, look, a token. Wonder what a token is. Ah, okay, Fred. Now you're a yaga. Fred, third, he said, didn't he? Third. The why and the wherefore. I wish I never said the word yes. As he is my witness. Yes. What's yes? We've done this quite a few times. What's yes? Forrest went to Germany. Ja. What's ja? Ja, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, is a lot more truthful than yes. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, because that's what yay means. Yay! Yes. But it doesn't mean yes. It means Yah, and Yah, though I walk through the valley, I shall fear no evil, for thy rod and thy staff. What the fuck does that mean? They comfort me. I told you, rod is a rib, or rib is DNA. Creation. He made it. He made it out of his rib. All of this. He made it out of his rib. Adam, do you need a crutch? Do you need a crutch? Do you need a crutch? Or a key? Or a crux? Or a light? Or Prometheus? Or a marble champion? Or Mexico staple? Or Star Trekking across the universe because his father was a principal or a crown? I'm looking for, oh, the Rock of Gibraltar. I'm looking for a rib, aren't I? In tight focus with a word, remember, solving the creation theory and the thrill of the chase creation theory. Net. Oh, you need to pivot, remember? Put it under your DNA for 30 days. 109 of those. Don't mess with my stuff. Put one foot down. The law. ABCs. Oh no. Why? Got to throw my DNA on that chest. I just look. It can only be the words because that's all we have. That's how we communicate. Like the truth is in the words. You can't. Why can't I see the word rib? What's a hotspot not? Dogma? Fact? Oh, it's not there. Oh, have I missed it? Oh no, that's going to look silly, isn't it? DNA is a rib. That's a fact. Or is rib a DNA? Dun, 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 dun. Ribs are support. It's got to be there. Why did I not see it? Have I got to put in rib to find DNA? Sinew. Use his sinew. Let's focus. Why did I not see it? Soul, guts, foot, stuff. Now I'm going to have to find blooming rib and look for the DNA. I can't see it. It's very annoying that it does it that way. How can you mean it one way but not the other? I'm going to have to find it because it ain't there. Rip. Oh, hang on. Is it because of these flipping capital letters? Dang. I don't normally leave it on capital letters, but oh, my ABCs. Sternum. A rule. See, all these other words are there. Why aren't that DNA there? There's Sally and Josh. And I find it funny. Yuck, 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 yuck. What am I looking for now? Oh, DNA. I'm sure it was Rib. I'm sure it was Rib. Or was it Rod? Ah, here we are. Rod. No, Rib. The lark, the rib, and the rod. Which one was it? Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Dang. Oh, this is a long one. This is starting to play up now as well, the computers. I put in rib, I'm looking for DNA. Bam, bam, bam. Or is it rod and staff I'm thinking of, Mario? You're fooling yourself here. What are you doing? Rod and staff is definitely rib. There's Barb and there's fun. I'm just outrageous there. Come on. Why are you going so awkward? Stop it. Wow. Words don't mean what you think they do. They don't mean what I think they do either at this rate. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Your rib and your rod. Your rod and your rib. So wind up. Just having fun. In the midnight hour, she cried, more, more, more. With a rebel yell. So many. Your rib to cease. That's me resting my case there. Your effort and a flutterby. Trip. The light. Fantastic. If the try. The rib isn't here. Can I make it work? The big idea. What's the big idea? Come on, you're getting on my nerve now. Oh, look, the ballroom blitz again and driving to the first clue and going. Oh, put a lottery on. I did put a lottery on, but no, I didn't put it on. I asked for it to be put on because take that leap, Forrest. Take that leap. Oh, you're very annoying. I wish I hadn't said it now. 50-50, Tintin. Hope out of depression. The holy grail out of depression. Here we go. There's a strain. There's a strain. Oh, there's a strain. You know you need a elbow grease. No. Oh, you're getting it. Let me just go to the big bit, see if it's without opening them all up. Ooh, oh, the missing ring. Oh, there's so many. You dumb fool. Bum, ba, bum, bum. Goad. Somebody's goading Forrest. I'm sure it was DNA and not a rod. Well, it is rod and staff. Rib is rod and staff, but I'm sure it's DNA as well. Well, just when I said I'm going, it doesn't look like I am. Then, or the NDA. What did I get that from? The RNA. Don't dig. You're not supposed to. There's some important words here, by the way. But I don't want those. Well, he's not in that bunch of flipping words. Excuse me while I just fight my computer. Nope. Come on. Move. Move, move. Oh, stop, stop. What's going on? The POSLQ. What? Boo! You don't get me, I'm part of the union. You don't get me, I'm part of the union. You don't get. Right, here is the rod. Excuse me. Here is the rod. Where's the staff? We might as well start with that before we go back to the rod and the staff. They comfort me. Whoa! Stop it. My computer's playing up, lads and lassesses. Where's staff? There's the Medium article. There's rod. And thy staff, they comfort me. Shaft, he's a bad mother. Look, if you're braving in the rib, I'll give you title to the gold. And it's a balk. And do you need a crutch? Do you need a crutch? Got some hair in there. Prove who did this crazy thing with his foot. Put his foot in it. I hid it in summer at the Totem Cafe with an anchor. There it is! There it is! There it is! What took us so long to find each other, baby? There it is! There it is! This time I'm not wrong. Well, I'm hardly ever wrong. In fact, I was only wrong then when I said I'm hardly ever, because I'm never, 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 never. So the DNA. Took his DNA and created Eve. Or his RNA, or all that other stuff. Rib. Now, the creation, his what? His rod and his staff, they comfort him. We've just seen, did we see staff? Did I miss staff? I didn't think I saw staff. There's the spike. The rod, there's a stick. There's a crutch. There's a wood. There's a staff. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me, because he's a mainstay or he's a staple. New Mexico mainstay, New Mexico staple, should have buried Skippy upright. Timber, don't squat with them on. There's the rod. So, remember, solving two things at once, creation, confirmation. The chase was created by a creator and life was created by a creator, and you had to have faith to make this work. So when you hear things like, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. It's like, hang on, how does your rod and your staff comfort you? That's not real. Like, that is not a real statement. What is the real statement behind that? Now, when you find out that Adam had his rib taken, bullshit. He said he only had 23, bullshit, because everybody has 24. What is the 23rd letter of the alphabet? Let me see with these ABCs. X, Y, Z. How many ribs? How many ribs? 24 ribs. Which chromosome? X chromosome. The RNA. The whatever. So, taking from his rib his DNA, taking from his DNA, Eve was created. Wasn't his rib, and he still has 24 ribs. We all have 24 ribs. This bullshit about 23 ribs is bollocks. But it is a clue. It is a clue to the truth. And that's how the chase worked. That's fucking bollocks. But when you look at it, a chest. Oh, you can see the chest. Well, you could until I said it. Stop messing about with me. Oh, okay, you're going to be like that, are you? I'm going to give you. You've seen the chest already. The chest in the book, that's what you were told. So the chest in the book was the one that went to Heritage. That's what his name was. Bingo! Bingo chop, chopa, chopa. He did say bingo. Uh, or how about this one, Mara? He always says that there are no inclusion in his poem, and there are hints sprinkled throughout the book. His poem is in the book in 100%. But poem doesn't just mean this poem. And the poem in the book might not be the poem that he's talking about, because he did have a different poem. 2 different poems. Not even a poem, but called a poem. Or the poem is only as genius as you make it. Oh no, it's genius. Oh, okay. Hercules says the same. It is genius. I would say invest in for Fenn books now while you can still get them. There you go. From the horse's mouth. That's what his name was. Bingo. Have you noticed that 99% of videos read the poem wrong? So you're saying 1% read it right? Ah, there's that you. There's that you. I equals I. Imagine all the people. Imagine how boring your life would have been without this man. Indeed, indeed. There is a way. And only one way. And so was this person, what you call Jesus. He was the way. And there's only one way. The only way to my Father is through me. There's only one way in, says Forrest. It's like, hang on, it all sounds the same. This truthful bullshit sounds like this truthful bullshit. Like, can't believe it in the way that it's been said. And yet, it's truthful, even though the way that it's said is fucking BS. The extra rib prevents us from staff kissing. Oh, Roger. So, DNA, rib. Now, imagine you were reading the Bible and it explained it to you with the word DNA and not rib, would make more sense. And imagine the poem having the truth in it as opposed to having a word like rib instead of a word like DNA. Oh, look, a story about bread and butter and the spine. Oh, and you need a central component. That's me in the middle. Also, as proof of the knowing, the man in the middle is a reference to the knowing. Just in case you weren't listening. John, Jack, or John, or Jack. Whatever. So no one has an extra rib, just to make that clarification. We all have 24 ribs, but we have different chromosomes. We have X and we have Y. Why? Why does one have to go? What is the Y? The Y is Yahuwah and not Yahweh. There is only one way to my Father, Yahuwah, not Yahweh. Because the V is not a W unless it's what? Two V's. Two V's. Unless it's two V's, it's not a double U. Yahoo, ooh, ooh, the funky gibbon. Ooh, 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 the funky gibbon. Ooh, Yahoo, because it's a ooh. It's only a double ooh. It's only a double ooh when it's together. Together, we take it together. The double ooh. It's only a double ooh. Yahuwah. See how that works? Two V's. Pretty important, two V's. V, pretty important. So, within the thrill of the chase and within the Bible, the religious version of the truth as opposed to the truthful version of the truth. So, because religion came along and they tried to make people believe certain things, others that were awake said, hang on a minute, in this Bible it says this, that can't be true. So then another religion comes up. Well, in the Bible, it says this, that can't be true. And then another religion comes up. So as they can cover all the angles of the lies that are in the Bible with whoever supports those lies, changes it, has it in faith. And then no one pays attention to all of the different lies. They just refer to one lie and accept the one lie, as opposed to, no, that's impossible. This event did not take place in the way these people are saying in this book, with these people with the name that begin with J. The place for a box. See how that works? So, without that J, without it, there is no treasure. Jesus is the name of the person that you think is Jesus. And he is a demon. Fact. If you look at the pictures of this person named Jesus, guess who you will see? Jesus. That's who you will see. And when you factor in reality, in that part of the world, at that time, it was more likely that Jesus did not look like the Jesus we see. He would have been a bit more olive. Maybe he would have been a walking olive jar. He would have been a bit more tanned with darker eyes and darker hair, more than likely, with the possibility of European interaction, except, here is the bit where the truth comes in, except the line of David does not mention any European interactions. The line of David comes from the line of David, all of those people were from that part of the world, and therefore more likely to look like me than the Jesus you worship. The only reason that Jesus looks like the Jesus that you see is because he is European. He is a white person. White person. Remember, white. Looked up the word W, and white was one of those words in with the what was done. White. So, in truth, just believing the words that you're given is going to fuck you over. In regard to anything that somebody says is for your best good. Because this hunt was supposed to be for your best good. And yet, you're told the chest is just a lure. No. Hang on. Whoa. Hang on. How can the chest just be a lure when you're going to get the chest and get roughly $1 million? Like, you're basically saying you're not meant to get the chest. It's just meant to get you in this place, in this spot. If it's just a lure. Like, you just need to know about this spot. Because if you're a fish, chances are, if it's a lure, it's no good for you. So you're told this chest that's been put in the Rocky Mountains is just a lure, which means, what is the real treasure? If the chest is just a lure, what is the real treasure? And where is the real treasure? If when I get to this place, this lure, oh look, there's a lure. There we go. Go to the place and find out, hang on, no, I was wrong. You got me here for nothing. Oh, nothing. Is that null? Another reference to I know the answers along with another person. See how it works. Two conversations at the same time. Normally, I do not say, look, I've just told you something that confirms that I know something, because something ends the chase. Just told you something that confirms that I know something. If the Bible did that, you would be able to understand that these horrible beings rewrote a story that was true. They rewrote it in their narcissistic, egotistical, misogynistic, whatever way describes them best, in order to control us. And once they did that, they created other religions too, to make sure that we were all controlled, that we all believed in the one divine being, but made sure that that one divine being was never known by his real name. What is Major Forrest Fenn's real title? Who is Major Forrest Fenn really? Not O'Reilly, he isn't Irish. Or is he? Really? Anyway, I'm a going. The extra rib, I've done that. I'm done. I'm out of here. So, For those that weren't here, there is a chest in the book. This is the chest that Jack found. And in it, there is no olive jar. There are no rings, no dragon bracelets, no jewellery, and therefore they cannot go to heritage auction and be sold, because Jack found a chest that was in the book The Thrill of the Chase, but not a chest that was described by Forrest to contain sapphires, emeralds, Ceylon sapphires, emeralds, rubies, pearls, dragon bracelet, and all that stuff. That's why it didn't go to auction, because this is the chest. And when you have this chest in your lap, you're either going to laugh, this chest in your lap, you're either going to laugh or cry. What do you mean? What? This? No. So that's why he said that. When you have that chest in your lap, this chest, the one that you can't see. When you have the chest in your lap, you're either going to laugh or cry. You'll laugh because you think it's funny. I wish I could have lived to do the things I was attributed to. You're either going to laugh or cry, because I was a little bit diabolical. If you have that chest, the chest that was not his treasure, the chest that was in the book The Thrill of the Chase, the chest that a certain person took with them. Wasn't a real soul, but it was a soul. Look, you can see it. It's got no olive jar in it. It's got no jewellery or anything. And yet, it's the one that Jack found. Not lying. Well, the one that Jack found is the one that went to heritage auction. That stuff. Because that's all there was in the book The Thrill of the Chase. So no lies were told, no untruths, just some embellishment and some bullshit. The rest of it is true. It's all true. Jack sent to auction the chest that was in the book The Thrill of the Chase, except the chest didn't turn up and none of the jewellery, not even the olive jar that we're told John Collins Black bought at auction. Excuse me, confirmation. And if he did buy it at auction, he shouldn't have, because it wasn't part of the chest in the book The Thrill of the Chase. It was part of the treasure. And you can't use the information in there, because there might be a copyright. Well, there is a copyright probably, but there may be a patent or something in that confirmation. There may be a patent or something in there that you're not allowed to possess or own, because it is for the true finder solver. So there are 3 books, or were 3 books, in the desk of Forrest Fenn with a project. And now we have those books circulating. Possibly. We have a children's book. We have a There's Treasure Inside book. And we have a To Infinity and Beyond Buzz book. Mr. Lightyear and the map edge. And in with that, we have a project that Forrest wasn't sure he was going to finish or not. And yet, here it is, right in front of our eyes, which you may recall I mentioned before it happened. Why? Because the answers I already know. Pedro and his 5 chests are in good hands. And soon, maybe, the lion's share will be in good hands if they haven't spent it all. Lion's share. Oh, another white body. What's going on? Jar of flows. Oh, those girls. Brandon has jar of flies. Oh, that sounds like Ben. Vain Pride autobiography. What? English, please, sir. Tis what it is. What it is. How the dickens are you? It almost looked like Eric Clapton for a minute. El Chapbro. The Chapbro. The man bro. The man brother. brother. So, even that. Biography, autobiography, memoir. Who wrote the book? Are you writing about yourself? Are you writing about someone else? Inspired. Oh, that's a big word. I like to be inspired. Very much so inspired. But I don't even know if you're talking about me being inspired. But I'll take it. I like to be inspired. So the truth is the truth. There is what's on the title page, 100% true. There's what I've said in this video, 100% true. And there is what I've been saying for nearly 6 years. It was around this time of year that Forrest was saying, time to drain the pond. That's me taking flack. Good news in 2020. Those sort of things. Think nice thoughts. Excuse me. Think nice thoughts. Here is a man. Set up a treasure hunt worth $1 million. Everybody loves him. And out of the blue, just like his father, he says something. Think nice thoughts of me. I think it was around, was it? What could be his birthday time? Chest was found. There were people kicking off. For what reason, I don't know. You know, there's a solve to the poem, and if they solved it, they wouldn't need to kick off. Like, if they really solved it, if they knew the answers, they wouldn't need to kick off, which is what I was saying at the time. And like I say, it doesn't matter who you think Major Forrest Burke Fenn is. No judgment. No judgment. No forgiveness for anyone involved in the further chase. It doesn't matter to me. It happened the way that it was supposed to happen. That's the only thing that matters. It happened the way that it was supposed to happen. And I learned some important lessons. That's where it is. Is it in Louisiana? If I knew where Louisiana was, I might be able to answer that question. It is in the 5 states that create a W, going east to west, across the US. Dorothy may actually, because I don't know where Dorothy lives specifically, but in that state, she may have known what it was called. So there's your Wizard of Oz. Confirmation. So I could tell you the states and you still wouldn't find it, even if I told you where it was, not where it was, but in the state that where it was. This video is not to tell people where it is, it's to tell those involved behind the scenes that the answers are indeed known, and they know that by the information that's been given, but more importantly, that I am not the only person that knows this information. And so it may be acted upon sooner rather than later, and it's not one chest or one hunt. That is how much information is known. And remember, this information was given to you by me at the very beginning of me doing these videos, that was the case. Well, it's not a case, it's a chest, but what can you do? You won't find it where you're looking. Question mark don't make any difference. Look, not for what is buried deep, but where the silent shadows creep. Within the verse and coloured ink, find the bridge and make the link. 5 remain in open air, go find the prize that's waiting there. Wow, do I need to use the 9-stroke? Who sung it? I can't remember who sung it. Nope, can't remember who sung it. But it's a number. It's a number. And it's a young number for people who went to Vietnam. Is that used with that? But even like with that, you would have to know where it came from and how many words, etc., for that to be any good. But it's a good poem, a good verse, stanza, whatever. I'm not sure if it's come from something or been made up. They're better when they're made up because then nobody else can know. They can't get a reference. Go find the prize that's waiting there. There, my dear, there. In the thrill of the chase, if you had tight focus with 11 words, and because of that was able to manifest another word from the poem, you might be onto something. and something ends the chase. The secret. Shh, don't tell everyone the secret. So, like I say, I wouldn't be doing this video if I wasn't aware that access, the way in, is possible by another person that isn't me, that is not me. I can enter, I can access, enter, whatever. But there is someone else who can access or enter with the exact same information. And it comes as no surprise to me that that person is able to do it. Well deserved. And now the person doesn't want to come forward. They're happy in what they have achieved. Because, like me, it wasn't about the chest. It was about finding out the answers. And they, with flying colours, did that. They did that with flying colours. So, unfortunately, Mr. Jack, Mr. John Collins Black, Mr. Jonathan Stuth, you got some explaining to do. Oh, Mr. Justin POSEY. Not going to talk about Michael yet. The policeman Michael, not the Michael Capo Michael. I think that's all there is needed to be said. But I did tell you, when you didn't think that I knew the answers, I said, tell them to get in touch with me. I will tell them the answers and it will all be finished. And after me saying that, nobody got in touch with me except for the person that knows the answers. So, and before you say, well, how do you know that they're right? I've just explained how I know they're right. And you know that they're right because everything that I'm saying to you, they know. Like, they don't know the bit that I know in the words and everything. Like, they don't know the other side of the coin, but they know the side of the coin that it landed on, and that's all they need to know. Because that's what gets them the chests, plural, all of them. All of them. Which is what was said by me from the very beginning. Hey there. Wow, I've never had so many white names come up in one. Well, apart from when I first started. Hey to you, humble pied. Oh, well, as long as there's no Piper, we're all right. Because we can't have them running away with the children. We don't want no Pied Piper here. How are you doing? Unfortunately, you come in at the time where I've said what? Oh, 33525 it was. 5 to 5. It's not actually 5 to 5. It's 26 minutes past 2. 226. Ah, it's 226 in the year 26. So it's 226 in the year. It's 226 in the time. And it is the 1st of February. I didn't know that. But I'm in the future. I'm on the next day. And now I am. Oh no, that's 2226. Second of the 2000th year and the 26th year after those 2000. See, it's weird when you come to think about it, because our history almost stops when we think, oh, it's 2000. But what we know of is like definitely 4000. So that's 6000. And then there was time before that. Which is weird, because the Earth's been here for billions of years, apparently. Excuse me, confirmation. And we're only in it for a few thousand. Man, he must have rested when he created. Sorry, Dad, I'm not taking a piss. Well, I am taking a piss, but not. He must have rested. He creates the world. He does all of this, and then billions of years later, he goes, "Oh, hang on, I'm going to create man." Like what? You couldn't think of doing it billions of years ago? You created the world billions of years ago. You've got dinosaurs and all sorts of things on there, and then only just recently, in the grand schemes of billions of years, decide to stick human beings on the earth. What 3 movies would you recommend the world to watch? Good, Bad, and the Ugly first. What 3 movies? The one that's going to be named something like The Thrill of the Chase. Good, Bad. 3 movies. Close Encounters. E.T. In that, there's a mix of human spirituality, human deception, greed, avarice, whatever. So the good, bad, and the ugly, one side of people, the ET star beings and everything, everyone hopefully getting along, the interaction between the known and the unknown. I can't remember what I said the other one was now. ET, good, bad, and the ugly. Satan. I am speechless, it said. Oh no, don't lose my train of thought. Hang on, we'll go back to the first one. Does the Lord Jesus Christ have a play? Well, there's no such person as the Lord Jesus Christ, so no. Lord is Baal, Jesus is Jesus, and Christ is Krishna. So no, they don't. The real Christ with Sophia is totally different than this person that you're talking about. There was the spiritual. I can't remember what the second was. Good, Bad, and the Ugly. E.T. Somebody rewind the video and tell me what it was I said. I can't think. Good, Bad, and the Ugly, E.T. It's gone. Why is it gone? Well, why don't you let me remember that? The Good, Bad, and the Ugly, the E.T. I'm trying to think of a movie and all I can see is somebody writing on a desk. Anagrams? That wasn't a film, nor was Elaborate. Oh no, don't talk about the anagrams. What was the film I said? Anyway, it's to do with spiritual closeness. I can't even think of it. One was to do with star beings and us. One was to do with man. Nope. Satan is anagrammed in JCB's book EZ. Okay. But that's not how you get. Well, okay. Let's do this. In The Thrill of the Chase, there is a truth that can be found in the words. That's not how you solve it. And the same is with JCB. If you want the GPS coordinates to each of those boxes, any of those boxes, all of those boxes, however you want to fucking term it, then there is a way to know. And it isn't going through all that fucking bullshit. It's going through a lot of different bullshit. What was the flipping film? 3 films. E.T. Just the same two. Man, I can't believe I can't remember. But I can't, so. Jesus does play a part, so does Sex Went Wrong. Well, I know the Sex Went Wrong plays a part because all of the fucking shit that they're trying to send me didn't work, so that went wrong. And they probably, caught something. So that went wrong. And, either demonic caught something or the other. The sacral chakra is very powerful, and people try to create and manifest stuff for not good things to happen using that. I want to help you, bro. Okay? I don't know what help that I need. If you truly want to help, Father will make it happen. It's that simple. And if you don't want to help, Father will make it happen. So, in reality, the bit that I know that people don't know, remember the future, someone will come in because they've been found out and try to give a little something in order that they can control the narrative going forward. Unfortunately, already known, because the narrative is not written by us. The narrative is written by Father, who allows us to write a narrative that he's already aware of. And it's to play out and test and teach and whatever, punish, if you want to call it punish, us. And I will not be accepting that at all, that little something that's been offered, because they've been caught. However, someone is coming in to help, and I will accept that. And I will know which is which. The same. So, going forward, there is a divine union and there are divine beings from the divine unions that take place. And those are the ones that will do more wondrous things than the Creator himself. In a way, it started because I think, therefore I am. And much ado about nothing, no, much was created from that point of the thinking, the knowing, and the manifesting and creating the material. And now, the material, us, have inside us the ability to do what was done. The energy that manifested matter, us, is inside us. And we have that energy to manifest matter. And when you're awake to that, coupled with the imagination, nothing, let me say that again, nothing is impossible. Nothing. Remember, I've said it a lot of times. If you can imagine it, it will be done. Thy will be done. So if you will it, if you imagine it, if you will it through metal and resolve, or sheer will, confirmation, then it will take place. And there is nothing that anyone can do to stop it. Because that is who we really are. We are not just this bag of water or this meat suit that Lady Gaga made that we were. Yes, it is a meat suit, but inside of us is the power of the universe. And if you tap into it, oh boy. So, yes, I will accept any and all help if it leads to a good conclusion, or if it's meant to lead to a good conclusion. Oh, but Jesus doesn't exist. His name does not exist. He may exist in the form of Yahusha, but the person Jesus was not created until 1524. Like I say, he didn't exist until 1524. So the person you're speaking of, I don't know. And that's what he says when he comes back. Have we not covered ourselves? Were we not covered in your blood? Have we not worshipped you and prayed to you and blah, blah, blah? And he says, I do not know you. This Jesus you were talking about and praying to, and I don't know you. I'm not him. Can't be Jesus then. Can't be. So, two things say it can't be Jesus. One, his name wasn't around until 1524, so it can't be him. And when he actually comes back, these people that go to him, they go to him as Jesus. They go to him and say, "Oh, it's great to see you, mate. Thanks for coming back. We've been waiting a long time. We've been covered in your blood and blah blah blah." And he says, "Oh, I don't know you. I don't know you. You haven't prayed to me." Now, this is a bit of a, what's the name? Because I say, look, these people believe that a person like you existed. It's like, well, call me by my right fucking name then. At least make the effort. At least find out that Jay didn't exist till 1524, so I don't really exist until then. At least make the effort to find out that the version in the King James Bible is a whole load of shit. At least make that effort before you go praising this person that you believe to be me. And the same with Yahuwah. It is hallelujah, not hallelujah. There was no J. 1524. There was no J. That's when it became hallelujah. That's when you got a Jehovah. But before then, it didn't exist. There is no Jerusalem. It doesn't exist in reality. It never did until 1524. There is no River Jordan. Didn't exist until 1524. There is no Jesus. Didn't exist until 20. There is no John the Baptist. John the Baptist did not baptize Jesus in the River Jordan until 1524. Before then, listen, it's my story. Only the names and places have changed. The story is real, but the names and places, no. Fucking BS. It's not called the River Jordan. It's called Yarden, something like that. That's why Five Leaf can't get his solve to work. Not garden, Yarden. It's a real place. Jerusalem's got a name that means the city of peace. It's not Jerusalem. It didn't exist until 1524. I'm not lying. That's the truth. No Judas, no Joshua, no James. He didn't exist until 1524. King James himself didn't exist until the J was made. So the BS that you read, words don't mean what you think they do. Everything that Forrest said is true. It's my story. Only the names and places have changed. So it may be Yahusha's story, but his name is not Jesus. It may be Osiris and Isis's story and Horus, but the names and places have changed. See how it works? The Immaculate Conception. Osiris killed. Isis, resurrection. The baby born. With no father. The dead Osiris who went to the underworld. So, there is a truth in what's been said, but the names and places have changed. I'm not lying. No J till 1524. None of that. None of it. Not one fucking bit of it is real if it uses the letter J. In the beginning was the word of praise. Hallelujah tells you one name for eternity. That's the only way and the only reason that that name exists. If not for my name, I would have nothing. I have no creation, no abundance, no love, no children, blah, blah, blah. Nothing. Because God has it all and Jesus has it all. But in my one name for eternity, I have everything. I am still the creator. So Forrest tells us the truth, and I don't know how much of this Forrest knew. I don't. I'm not Forrest Fenn. But I do know that he gave it to us and told us the truth, knowingly or unknowingly, in the words that he used. And he exposed religion for the corrupt, all those fucking businesses that I told you about the other day. Knowingly or unknowingly, that's what he did. With that poem, and with the information in that poem that he couldn't possibly know. And even if he knew, he couldn't have possibly have wrote it into that poem. No way. So he must have heard, or someone else in the spirit, because there is no way he wrote that poem with everything that's in there, in every possible way that you can get it. I just showed you that I did it by every single letter. And the letter means a word. And then what do those words mean? That's how I did that poem to the nth degree. And I found out exactly what was being said. Because when you use so many words, there are only so many things that can make sense in the sentence that you're going to write. So out of 300 words or whatever, you probably take out 10, 15, confirmation. And then you get a statement that has to be the truth. Because it's how we communicate. If you're trying to hide the fact that you're saying something, like I'm having two conversations, if you're trying to hide the fact that you're saying something, you use a word that means the same thing, but not the word that tells the person you're speaking to the truth. You tell them what you want them to know, and it is the truth, but they're never going to know it's the truth unless they look up all those words. So, I'll be going. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh no, not Freemasons. They started all this. We both could be wrong. Why not come together? Oh, that sounds a bit weird. We both could be wrong. I can't be wrong because it's in the written word. Somebody wrote those words to say something. Someone wrote those words to say something. But I've just explained. The word rib, rod, staff don't mean what you think it does. Yay, don't mean what you think it does. But it is supposed to mean the truth. They're just hiding the truth. Because remember, the rule is they have to tell you the truth. They have to tell you the truth. How they tell you the truth, that's a different matter. Most of the time, it's through media, through films, programs. So they tell you what's going to happen, say, well, we told you. I'm learning from Freemason. The secret, my perspective is actively changing. Agreed with that. Before I would have gone picked up the box, but JCB is teaching me more than I am so grateful. What places are BS? The River Jordan is BS. Jerusalem is BS. Judah is BS because there was no J. Look it up. Find the real words. The names and places have been changed. Until 1524, or whenever the Bible was written, those places those names, they were different. Except in the first version of the King James Bible, some of the names still stayed the same. And then the different version, they were changed. Anglo-Saxon runes have a J sound symbol originating from 150 AD. The letter J did not exist until 1524. Jesus existed, according to the Bible, in what? 0 AD? The information we got was from the Greeks and the Romans. Let's just go and invade England, shall we? And find a J. Only those that know Old English would know, such as John Wycliffe. Old English. Would know what? About the J? I don't know New English, let alone Old English. Follow the clues. Satan and Lucifer is a part of the soul. So is Jesus, light and darkness. Love, brother. Well, again, the contradiction. Lucifer is the bringer of light, which was Prometheus, wasn't it? And the bringer of light is someone that is good, as opposed to someone that is evil. Now, Jesus seems to have a halo. I think if you look, he's probably a sun god. What sort of god was Horus then? Was he related to Ra? Like Horus's life is very similar to the life of Jesus. Or should we say, Jesus' life is very similar to the life of Horus. Because the story is real, just the names and places have changed. We know, don't need to think about it, we know that there are people who are running this planet that shouldn't be running this planet. We know that. Because they tried to get rid of all of the knowledge that was written down as part of history. I'm sure you've heard of those types of people who say, right, strike their names off all the places so they're not known. It seems the Greeks and the Romans decided, confirmation, it seems the Greeks and the Romans decided that the Egyptian gods were not to be tolerated or worshipped, whatever words they used at that time. And they tried, well, they got rid of them. They tried to destroy the hieroglyphs and anybody who knew about the hieroglyphs. So nobody could be taught what the fuck they meant. And like I say, we only have the word of those people that translate it, those people way back when. Excuse me, confirmation. We only know what it is that we've been drip fed. Which is why at the beginning of this video I said, all those people, the professors, the people that, teach, they all have to be accountable for the lies they've been telling. Because there are people who know the truth and they feed us BS. So, with that in mind, I shall depart. How is it I end up at 4 hours and like after an hour I'm leaving? And now it's 4:05 and it'll be 6 because it'll go to 60. 456, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Ah, there you go. 456. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Whether we like it or not, the truth is the truth. Absolutely is. Follow the clues. Oh, done that. So I thank you for watching. Like I say, I had to tell you because somebody knows. Confirmation. Somebody knows it all. And at some point, the way to know will be known by who needs to know. And Pandora's box will be open. That's it. Truth is the truth.